Hello, my tender beauties. It's me once again, your friendly neighborhood ham dad. We're going to be doing a couple different things because this is a post-Christmas stream. I meant to do a Christmas stream, but I figured everybody would be with their families. You probably are still with your families, so I don't anticipate as many viewers this time, but that's okay. We'll have a good time anyway. First, some PC Engine. The as yet untranslated Legend of Xanadu. I just want to look at the pixel art. Oh fuck, hang on. Is that really not working? Oh, it's no, it is working. Hang on. I gotta restart the very real PC Engine. This is why I want a PC Engine Duo from Analog, but I can't justify it because everything runs perfectly on emulators. I can't justify $250 for an 8-bit system for any console. I love PC Engine though dearly. It's really my ideal 16-bit system, even though it's only kind of 16-bit. What is this? Is this the wrong one? Oh, this is the wrong one. Look at these fucking cutscenes, though. Holy shit. This is some Gundam nonsense. It looks so good. Oh, we're cops. What you just saw was what the PC Engine had instead of FMV. And thank God for that. See, PC Engine couldn't really do FMV, and don't at me with the Sherlock Holmes game where it's like 4-color FMV in the postage stamp size window. It couldn't really handle FMV in any meaningful way. It wasn't powerful enough. But that was a good thing. It dodged a bullet. Because instead of grainy, crappy FMV like Sega CD had, it had these really beautiful high effort handcrafted pixel art animatics that hold up incredibly well today, and look vastly better than a PC Engine game has any right to. It looks like fucking Neo Geo because it was from a CD and had enough space for all the artwork that they could possibly ask for. And it's really funny that it loaded way faster than Neo Geo CD2. Some of the later games on PC Engine by like 94 were really damn good looking. This is what we're going to look at today, even though I don't speak Japanese even a little bit. But we can look at the pretty artwork. '94 was, let's see, 87. It came out in 87, the console. 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. 7 years after launch. So they had quite a lot of time to get the most out of it. And this game imitates parallax scrolling very well. And has some of the best pixel art I've ever seen. There's also a top-down shmup I want to showcase on here at some point. I forget the name of it though. Look at that. Look at how beautiful that is. How is this not better than FMV? This is way better than FMV. The reason FMV was so popular is because it's so low effort. It looks amazing on a console, even if what you're actually looking at a video of is not remarkable. This is the opposite. This is extremely high effort. Oh, it's not. Something's not working. I think there's supposed to be a little mini video appearing in the sword hilt. Interesting to note this game has a lot of chiptunes because the CD space was used up by voice acting. Oh, there we go. I understand completely. Hang on, real quick. I'm gonna BRB just invite a friend. There we go, back to the action. Yes, I understand all of this. Who are these lads? This is not the amazing graphics I told you about. So, Camu, we're marveling at 1994 PC Engine graphics. The top-down view is not what I wanted to call attention to. I also don't speak Japanese, unfortunately. I wasted my life. This game has side-scrolling battle sequences, which is where the really good pixel art shows up. I've already showed you the pixel art intros to Rondo of Blood and Gates of Thunder and Lords of Thunder. Which is a rockin' game, by the way. You get out of town. So it's a pretty standard Dragon Warriors type top-down RPG in towns. Don't you call me a weeb? I'm not a weeb. I'm as far from weeb as you can get. But I love pixel art. It's really well done. People come at me though, because look at there's a day-night cycle, by the way. In 94, a 94 RPG had a real-time not real-time, but it had a smooth day-night cycle. That's video games technology, friends. That's the most fucking video games shit I ever saw. Let me try to get out of town. Let me just get a battle started. Really? Oh. Oh, the fighting works like Chrysalis. Yes, I understand completely. Indeed. Maybe you could read this shit for me. Oh, this is what I was supposed to do. This looks a lot like Ys, which actually has some of the worst graphics on the system, but it has the best story. People don't play Ys for the graphics, although it has good cutscenes too. Look at the wizard, I love him. I love his little pointy hat. Nay, wizard, wizard! I should cast wizardly spells on your penis. Please don't. Fuck, where are they going? Where everybody going to? Oh yeah, they have routines. It's like GTA 3. I forgot about this. They actually do stuff throughout the day, and you have to catch them at certain times of day. And they go to bed at night. You're starting to realize what a fucking innovative this game this is for the system it was on. Although, near the end of its lifespan, PC Engine games started getting really ambitious. Let me look up the shooter I was thinking of. Hang on, this will drive me crazy if I don't do it. I want to say image fight. Is that it? Where the fuck is it? Don't you fucking give me Choaniki. What are you trying to insinuate? Everybody knows Magical Chase, too. Fuck, I can't find it. I can't find it. Shit. I don't remember. I can't remember names. I'm really bad with names. It had a lot of pre-rendered graphics going on. I think this might be it. This looks like it, yeah. Here we go. I want to say this also came out in 94, but I'm not sure. '95. This was even later. PlayStation was out by this point. But just feast your eyes on this motherfucking shit. Hang on. I'm clicking on all the wrong stuff. Here we go. What am I clicking on now? Keep in mind, look at that. It uses a lot of pre-rendered graphics. If you don't like pre-rendered 3D stuff, you might not like this. Was CD based, of course. Lunar quarter. Oh. あらゆる分野が飛躍的な進行を遂げる中、人々が最もその興味を示したのがネメシスのある特殊な使用法による。You can see how this managed to hang on for so long. These cutscenes really helped it age well, and also the CD audio. If you were publishing a 32-bit 2D game, it didn't really have that much of an edge over just sticking with PC Engine and CD. So many people had one already. It was a huge, huge hit in Japan, and it was the only system I know of with a successful CD add-on. Anime Girl Power Rangers. Blue, pink, green, other pink. Oh shit, pre-rendered letters. That's the sounds they make. They reused that animation, but lower. Ginga Fuke Densetsu Sapphire. Which is, of course, Japanese for Ginga Fuke Story Sapphire, I believe. Or Side Story or something. This really stacked up really nicely against PlayStation and Saturn for 2D shoot 'em ups. Look at that scaling. Of course, that's not real scaling. PC Engine can't scale. It's just a lot of different sprites. Which is what CD brings it. Look at the hologram. Look at the morphing hologram. And the fake 3D enemies. Let's skip to the boss. The bosses are usually the really flashy part. Look at this shit. He comes into the foreground. It's dangerous for you to come. Jordan Peterson, is that you? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. That's 3D, Holmes, kind of. I can grab you. Oh, scaled up explosion sprites. They look so crunchy. Again, pre-rendered sprites, full voice acting. This was very competitive, despite the system having the same CPU as the NES. That's right. This had the NES CPU, which is why there's a lot of ports of NES games to TG TurboGrafx. Look at the morphing. Oh, holy shit. Anyway. Let's also see some Legend of Xanadu. This used a lot of chip tunes. Let me explain this. This was a huge game, and it fit on one CD. And a lot of games struggled to make use of the CD-ROM storage space, but this one actually was too big. They couldn't fit. They couldn't have every track in the game, music-wise, be CD quality audio, because they had to use up a lot of space for the cutscenes and for voice acting. So this has a lot more chip music than you would expect in a CD-ROM based game. It's fine though. It had a good sound chip, and that they made the right choice. The voice acting added tremendously to 16-bit games. More TurboGrafx 16 CD games had voice acting than PlayStation games. Oddly, I want to say that might not be true. Felt like it. Damn near all of them had near the end. It adds so much though. Look at that parallax scrolling. I thought it doesn't even need super graphics for that. It just uses programming tricks. Let's see some of the other environments. Of course, if you look closely, you'll notice it's not real parallax scrolling. It's a DMCA interrupts, whatever the fuck it's called, where the different layers don't actually overlap. Here's the seam right here. Here's another seam right here. And all the stuff that looks like it's overlapping is made out of sprites. But you gotta admit, if you could fake it this convincingly, that leaving it out of the hardware in exchange for more colors was the right compromise to make. Having more colors available helps this look way better than it has any right to, compared especially to Genesis games. And you don't really miss out on much having to fake an effect that doesn't really add to gameplay at all anyway. It was a really good compromise, the architecture. It got a lot of bang for the buck, and it was a cheap system. In the United States, it was a rich kid system just because everybody already had either Genesis or Super Nintendo. So if you had a PC Engine, just because your parents bought you everything. Which is funny because it was a budget system in Japan. A HuCard cost like half to 1/3 of what a cartridge cost, just using less material. It also held less data though. So that's why they were so quick to switch to CD. Like within the first 2 years of the console lifespan, they had the CD add-on. That way people who could spend money on the add-on could have the CD games, but kids wanted a PC Engine because they could afford like 3 HuCard games with their allowance instead of 1 cartridge game. So it made a very compelling value proposition if you were like a Japanese 10-year-old. How does it look so good? This looks better than a lot of Super Nintendo games. A lot of variety of visuals, too. Come on. What's up with my connection tonight? That looks like parallax scrolling, doesn't it? Of course, this was my 95. This is the kind of shit they needed to be doing earlier in the system lifespan to persuade U.S. consumers that they weren't missing out on anything. Ice level. Look at how much work went into every square inch of this. Nothing is ugly. Nothing is filler. Let me wait until you can see these guys. These guys look really good in this. They don't scroll. These guys are part of a flat background, and so I don't know why, but it still is a looker. There's a lot of variety. That's what the CD-ROM buys you. Early on, nobody knew how to make use of CDs because they were used to fitting games into a cartridge. Suddenly, gamers expected like 6 times more work. And we didn't actually get that because that would have been 6 times more expensive. But tools also improved, software tools. So by the end of the 16-bit generation, by like 95 when this came out, or 94 when this came out, they were filling up the game with content instead of just FMVs and shit like that. This is what a full-fat CD-ROM-based 16-bit RPG looks like, which uses all the space on actual substantive content instead of just grainy FMV. See cutscene. I'll go to another game soon, don't worry. I'm just in awe of how damn good this looks. I still don't believe it wasn't more popular in the US. Then again, they didn't market it very well. I think, this has aged really well just because of the timelessness of pixel art as an art form. And you still see that in indie games today. And because of the quality of this, if you didn't know it was from a retro console, I could probably persuade you it's from a modern indie game. It's a little bit extra for a 16-bit game of its era. But again, this was like a fucking $80 game when it came out, so... And that's in like $1994 too, so... Isn't this better than shitty grainy FMV? This is also Neo Geo dodged the bullet. Neo Geo could have actually displayed the grainy FMV, but by then everybody had turned their nose up at it. Everybody hated it on Sega CD, and I guess they just knew better. People who bought a $600 Neo Geo expected better than FMV games anyway. Even on the Neo Geo CD. Which, by the way, that game is hellish, that system. That little juggling monkey animation that plays during loading screens for like 5 minutes at a time haunts my dreams. This sort of thing wouldn't go over well in America because we didn't have the same relationship with animation Japan did. We didn't really have anything like anime. It had to be live action FMV because most of the content American kids watched was live action, like Power Rangers and shit. A vaporwave that is. Look at that castle. Oh, it's buffering. Fucking Final Fantasy VII City much? This was really a treat, though. If you were a Japanese kid around this time and you loved anime, this is like having a game that looks like anime in your home, running on your home console. And it had full voice acting. It's like watching an episode of your favorite anime and also playing it. That's why NEC's decision to make PC Engine a video-focused console made more sense at the time than it seems in retrospect, because that was what a lot of their fans liked about the PC Engine CD. There's just a lot of talking. Anyway, time for some games that I have not played already that I've been wanting to show you. We already played Jolly Jam. That's the Sega Saturn one. Toree. There's a Toree I also missed, which was Toree Genesis. Yeah, that would have been groundbreaking though if that had caught on. That is really loud. Can you imagine if that had caught on in the US and we got games of that quality made based on our favorite TV properties like fucking Gargoyles or Tailspin with beautiful pixel art, animatics, and voice acting by the actors? That's the best way to communicate to an American what a treat it was to have a system like that. Instead, we got choose your own adventure FMV bullshit like Night Trap. Not to besmirch Night Trap, it gave us Five Nights at Freddy's, but that's the kind of shit that they thought we wanted because it was such a novelty seeing what to our eyes looked like VHS quality video, which it was not on a console. You're always so positive, Cameo. I like your energy. You really contribute to the mood in chat. I don't have down dash in this one. That was added later, it seems. I already feel kind of naked without it. We do have the booster rings. Bitch titties. Are you kidding me? Are you squidding me? Oh, I could have double jumped. I don't have dash. I have run. I don't think I can jump on him. I think you have to dash through him. You know, you see why I'm so bitter that everybody was so gay for 3D when it came out. Because 3D did not look good. Early 3D looked like trash. But everybody wanted it because they had been stuck in 2D for so long. They were just, it was a breath of fresh air. Suicide. People wanted anything 3D and they wanted it right now. To the point where more than one demo disc on 3DO was just 3D graphics that were not even interactive. It was just watching your console generate 3D graphics and being like, wow, I spent $700 on this. Much to our own detriment, we turned our nose up at 2D graphics exactly at the juncture in history when 2D graphics had become the most polished they ever would be. It was the point where 2D graphics had been completely perfected, and simultaneously 3D graphics were the worst they were ever going to be. They were only going to get better from there, and 2D graphics were not going to meaningfully improve. That was the juncture in history when consumers said, you know what, I never want to see another sprite again. Well, I notice it. I notice your efforts, Kimmy, and I appreciate you. I feel like every group needs the person who's just an upbeat. Because I'm kind of a downer sometimes. Because I write spooky stories and think about gloomy topics. Speaking of which, holy fucking shit. I've been working on a story, a novella, for fucking 6 months. They usually only take 5 months. I'm already a month overdue. And I'm almost done with it. Everything just kind of came together. It's like fucking taking a dump. If you try to push it, there will be blood. It's got to come out on its own time. Kinda, yeah, except it would be more analogous to everybody jumping on VR. Or it would be analogous to how everybody was horny for VR when it first came out. All the VR people, anyway. How we paid exorbitant prices for 2-hour games, or tech demos, basically. Would be a more appropriate analogy. Like games that were just sandboxes. Where you played around with guns and stuff. Don't tell me it's a 1-level demo. Oh no, it's not. Thank goodness. We get egg carrier. Cool. I love Toree. Oh, he's a little Sonic. Look at him. I won't replace Sonic Robo Blast 2 in my heart, but it's pretty good. I love Toree. He's so unpretentious. He's just a little fella who tries his best. Shit! Oh, momentum carried over too much. It's just being novelty hungry. Because we were novelty hungry and forced the industry into 3D before the technology was ready, we missed out on a whole generation of perfected 2D games. Look at the quality of Rayman, for example. Rayman was beautiful. Look at Astal on Sega Saturn. Or Magic Knight Rayearth, or Johnny Bazooka Tone, or even something like Gex is a good example of how 32-bit 2D was basically perfected. We just didn't want it anymore. That took Sega by surprise. They were counting on there being an entire another generation of 2D, which is why the Saturn originally only had one SH2 processor and could only really handle 2D well. The level of 3D it could have handled before they added a second SH2 is about equivalent to the 3DO, so not very good. Enough to do. They're anticipating like a mesh of the two, like how Castlevania Symphony of the Night has 3D objects in its 2D environment. But that's not how things went. And when Sony showed off the PlayStation doing a bajillion textured polygons at smooth frame rates, Sega shit their pants like they always do. They shit their fucking pantaloons and said, "What are we gonna do? How are we gonna afford our cocaine now?" Sega Saturn doesn't do anywhere near this many polygons, and apparently everybody's gay for polygons now. We thought there was going to be a whole generation of perfected 2D games, and also flat-shaded 3D games like Wing War and Cyber Sled, and that they got fucking bamboozled. I wish they hadn't. I wish I lived in an alternate universe where we've got a whole generation of just superb, sublime 2D games. Game Boy Advance made up for that, though. Game Boy Advance did realize the dream of 32-bit, a whole generation of 32-bit 2D games for the most part. Skater die? Skitchin? What's good, Short Dog? What's good, Get Booped? Ah, bitch titties! I fell into the Mountain Dew again. What happens if you fall into Mountain Dew, you think? You just get super fucking caffeinated? Not hydrated, though. Soda dehydrates you. Because it's a diuretic, it makes you pee. This is Toree Genesis, which is a Sonic tribute. I should have guessed. This handles damn well. I know it's deceptive because I keep fucking falling into the goop. Oh, I missed the first level's crystal. I'm not gonna get the... What do I get if I get all three? I'm gonna have to play this again. console, a much faster game than I remember. You kill robots in Toree also. Oh, is that the bad guy? Is that Mecha Toree? Try collecting all the shards. Fucking... Okay. We're doing this again then, I guess. This time we gotta look out for the crystals. Oh, look at the Sonic shoes! It's an Easter egg. That's adorable. It's such a freaking adorable series. He's just a little bird fella. You know what I appreciate? This is Toree's walking speed. This is his running speed. They're barely different. He's just got short little stubby legs is the problem. He's trying his best, goddammit. Every day, he's out there. Doing the best he can. How do I get up there? Oh, hey, there's a little Robotnik fellow. How am I supposed to... Oh, I'm supposed to use the booster to get up. Fucked it again. How do I get up to the crystal? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Nope. I do have lives, I hope not. It's really funny. I think it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of sad. Even this would not have run on the Saturn. I love the Saturn, but man, it was a fucked up machine that used Mode 7 to fake a lot of 3D stuff. More than you would expect. I need to get over there. Gotcha, bitch. With Toree TV. Look at the Easter eggs. The series is adorable. Oh, I would get a plush Toree. Those little sneakers. Look at him running as hard as he can. He can barely fucking do anything without the boosters. He's so booster dependent. He needs a mobility scooter. But he's trying his hardest, goddammit. A for effort. Fuck. All the way back here, huh? They really space out the save points someday. I have both of the crystals now, I can just run to the end. Interesting concept, a game with a really feeble protagonist where he can just barely move around, where the point of it is to make the only point of movement is to string together boosts. Sonic has a lot more mobility than this. He's not a paraplegic, but he's close. The other crystal was on that one ledge, I gotta remember. I'm also glad that by happenstance there existed in between consoles. Like consoles were not cleanly defined into generations. Like 16-bit, 8, 16, 32, 64. They were in between halfway machines, like the Dreamcast, which was technically 64-bit, or the Jaguar, which was really just a 32-bit machine, or the PC Engine, which was marketed as 16-bit but was really 8-bit. It's cool. Let's just, if it had not been for them, we would probably still be wondering what might have been. Like, what would a halfway... Also, Neo Geo is sometimes considered a 24-bit system because it had 24-bit components, but they didn't market it. They didn't market themselves that way. I think they knew better than do that. What an insane system that was! It was a 2D beast, although there were some things that even Super Nintendo could do that Neo Geo struggled with, like scaling. No, not scaling. Rotation? Something. There's something it lacked. I forget. I think it was rotation. But it made up for it just by having fucking huge cartridges. The cartridges were so big that you could have basically FMV, but pre-rendered FMV, like a Blazing Star, on a cartridge, just because it was a 200 megabyte cartridge. I think that was one of the largest ones ever made. They measured in megabits that back then, though, which was, I think, an eighth of a megabyte. So on the startup screen, it would say the Neo Geo, the 300 mega shock. 300 megas was quite shocking at one time. Oh, I'm supposed to beat him. Hey, how come it took away my crystal? Where did my crystals go? The fuck did my crystals go? No, this isn't funny. I went to the trouble of collecting them. How are you gonna steal my crystals? Okay, I need to die apparently. All 3 crystals are in this map. Does that mean there's 3 crystals in every level? Come on. There are 3 crystals in every level, aren't there? Fuck. No, it looks like there's 3 in every level. That makes more sense of what I'm seeing. Y'all ever seen the Sonic anime movie from the 90s? It actually slaps. It has great music in it, it's great style. The story is weird nonsense. Sonic rescues a human princess, just like in the awful Sonic 06. But it's fun nonsense. Robotnik is really funny. It's the source of the "my hat is on fire" meme, where Knuckles is running around in a panic, going, "My hat is on fire! My hat's on fire!" I would have expected a crystal up here, frankly. Here we That's 1 out of 3. Where are the other 2? Fuck. I feel bad swearing during a game like this. Yeah, I cracked the code for writing. I just write a little bit every night when I'm sleep deprived. It helps the writing come out. The quality is poor, or the technical quality is poor. Like, it needs editing, but I do the editing when I wake up the next morning. That's my secret. The hard part is getting yourself started writing when you're anxious that what you write won't be good enough. And the secret to that is some form of intoxication, whether that's booze, acid, or just sleep deprivation. What is it with human princesses and non-human main characters? I don't know. It never looks right. Everybody's always, even like fucking teenagers who the game is aimed at, are thinking, how do they fuck? It's like when you have like a pair of dogs that are kept together and they have puppies, and it's like a Chihuahua and a Doberman. It's like, how did that happen? What did it look like? Maybe that's just me though. Probably think less about how animals do it. There's the one I missed. So confirmed, there are 3 in every map. I have to keep my eyes open. That's a total of 9 crystals. I have to find out what you get at the end. It's gonna be something good. The bonuses are usually pretty good in these. I write most freely when my brain is fucked up somehow. Either I don't drink. A lot of writers were alcoholics historically, just because it helped them write. And because they had problems that they used alcohol to escape from, which is also why they wrote, because writing is therapeutic. Healthy people don't write anything. They don't have anything to write about that's interesting. Okay, that's where the first one is. I thought maybe that would be it. This also visually looks very 3D 16-bit, like Sonic Rumble Blast, which is a tough aesthetic to get right. Oh, he's fishing! Look at the little bee with the fishing rod. That's adorable. It fell to Earth like a comet. Man, I missed almost every crystal the first time. I appreciate games with the purity of gameplay, though. I wonder what a game of the story I'm writing are. I kind of wrote it like a video game. There's gamey parts of it. Like, the monsters, the night people, go through a series of evolutions throughout the story to keep the fear fresh, so even though they're already kind of an unknown quantity. Because once you've seen a monster, it's not scary again, and one of the solutions to that is to keep introducing new forms of it, like Soma did. Either don't show all the monster at once, or have it change forms. Well, I guess... Does that count? I can go backwards and just... That counts as a third crystal. Okay. Will it glitch if I get the actual next crystal? Or is that how it's supposed to be? Am I supposed to go backwards? What just happened? That is where you're supposed to find the third one. Just respawns in its old place. That's really tricky. Oh, that's adorable. I love fishing bugs. I can't beat him. He's way too fast. I gotta go slow to get the crystals. Any crystals up there? I don't see any. I would also see them below. That's where I'd expect them to hide them. It's on platforms below that you have to jump down to. Even the robot's cute. I don't want to hurt them. Why must we fight each other? I haven't seen a crystal yet. I'm getting nervous. I haven't seen a crystal yet. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. I do explain some of the lore, but I leave things on. Some things. I never actually say what they are. It only becomes apparent by the very end what they actually are, and it's horrifying and awful. Little fishing. I missed the crystal at the start of the map. Then. Where is the first crystal? I am not leaving without all 3 crystals. You can't make me. First crystal's around here somewhere. I feel like a Sonic game that was in this style would work really well, like 3D Sonic Mania. There's also a twist. But it's a twist I've used before, and I'm afraid that it will either come off as obvious, or that people will just groan and be like, "You've done this before." It's the old introduce people to something that's scary and human-like, and then the big twist is, "Oh shit, you're one of those," which is also the twist in Blade Runner, and a couple of Autofac, at least the film adaptation, and also a couple of my favorite horror movies. It's well done, though. I feel I try to write backwards. I start from a really compelling ending, so I can be sure there is one, because a lot of really great horror starts with a really killer concept, but then doesn't go anywhere by the end. Like, I love Junji Ito. I will never. That's not true. I'm kind of speaking ill of him here now, in a small way. But I have to admit, and even people who love Junji Ito have to admit, his stories end on a wet fart half the time. Very often it just kind of zooms out to a distance view, and it's like, and then that scary thing happened, and that's how that was. And it's like, okay? What was the point of that? That's a big letdown when there's not a crescendo. There's got to be a crescendo. I struggled with this one, though. The ending I originally wrote for it, I quickly realized with some of the changes I'd made was not going to work. So I wrote in a somewhat directionless way, just building out the world for a while until I had another ending that snapped into place. I was like, oh shit, alright. That'll work, even if it's one I've done before. It's like how Carmack did and company didn't know what they were going to do with Quake. Quake was supposed to be an RPG, and when it didn't come together in time, they were like, oh fuck it, let's just do Doom again. Which is a little bit lazy. I'm a little disappointed in myself, but it works. By God, I'm proud of and confident in the ending. Even if it is kind of the ghost house. Oh shit. I can play it. Oh, it is supersonic. It is an actual good I appreciate that when the reward is something actually cool instead of just like a picture or something. Yeah, I've been watching the animated Netflix series by Junji Ito, and it's a mixed bag. They capture the essence of the stories, but without his art style, it loses a lot. They try to kind of compromise between his art style and normal anime, and it does not really work effectively. Oh fuck, I'm so fucking fast. Holy shit. Oh, now I can beat the last guy. I should be able to beat the robot at the end and get something else. The sneakers are squeaking so quickly. They really do a good job motivating you to play multiple times. But I gotta hand them. That's rank. Well, I should have with Super Toree. It feels like a video game though as I'm writing it. Like there's this scene where there's like a monster maze, but they use it as a form of free security for their lab. Where there's like moving spotlights that are little oases of safety because the monsters can't appear in light. And they recoil from it. And there's a touchscreen interface where an operator at it's called the dead angle control system. Can reverse the direction of the moving lights and turn the stationary ones on and off. It's like Lemmings kind of trying to guide human beings through the maze without letting them get gotten by the Spookmans. I was like, I could totally see this being an Itch.io game. This is definitely inspired somewhat by Digital Eyes. Although I didn't copy the tram system because that would have been too on the nose and shameless. And also hard to explain why they would have a tram system like that in an entire Shadow City in their facility. They say suicide's never the answer, but in games it often is. That's probably a bad lesson to teach gamers. If life gets difficult, just kill yourself, you'll get another chance. There's actually, I mean, the Buddhists would say you do, but there's no actual guarantee of that, so maybe you just hold off on. Oh, fuck, shit. It's so hard to... Hang on, here we go. That's what I need to turn up. You gotta lean into the corners, otherwise you miss the gate. What happened to the robot? Did he suicide? I beat him. Do I get anything for beating him? I already knew I could play Super Toree. Oh well, I don't get anything. Marcus Horn. I want to play a little bit of Sonic Jam 3D World. Just to talk about some of the things I've noticed recently. We'll get to the main event eventually, don't worry. It is. I heard they're talking about doing it over again. I don't know if that's real. I could swear I read the negative fan reaction to the Junji Ito Netflix series. Maybe it's season 2 they're going to do in black and white. They're completely revisiting the art style, which is a good thing. He has the same curse as Lovecraft, which is a really spotty record of adaptations. Gyo, the one about the fish with the mechanical legs coming out of the ocean to attack humans, got a movie adaptation. That was kind of weird and middling. Uzumaki also got an okay adaptation. This is the closest we ever got to 3D Sonic on the Saturn. Sonic 3D World, which served as a level hub for the Genesis collection of Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Apples. It's actually really slow here, albeit. It was a cock tease. Like, this is what we want a whole game of. We gotta get back to the thing. If they were gonna just make it a hub, why did they add missions that you can complete? In 3D World. It just made us want more. It's like Sega's taunting us. The interesting thing about this is that the floor is not polygons. The floor is BDP2, which is basically mode 7, which you can see if you look at where the actual polygon objects intersect with the floor. It shifts around a little bit, see? That's because it's being drawn like mode 7, like on Super Nintendo games. You might say, if that's true, how can there be this river here? This river goes down into the floor. That's just it, though. The river is the entire river is a hollow polygon object drawn on top of the BDP2 layer, despite being under it, which you can kind of see it with other images if you look at the lower left. Also, the texture shifts around the gray edge there. Which is a genius trick. When your system can only draw so many polygons, saving polygons by, for example, making most of Sonic flat shaded and drawing most of the level, which is the floor, with mode 7, saves a bajillion polygons. Turn the game's sound up a bit or down a bit? You didn't finish your sentence. You're missing a word. Turn it down or up? Game sound down or up? Me up or down? I should be coming in loud and clear. Is the music too loud? Of course, the water shimmering effects is just animated texture below the water line. But in most emulators, there's a way to turn off the BDP layer. I don't know if I know how to do it here. But if you can, it's not this one. It's the standalone Yabaus. Yabause, whatever you. Yeah, the floor here is drawn the same way as like Mario Kart or F-Zero. Except the console is really good at angling it vertically in a smooth manner to conceal that fact. And it was used in a bunch of different games. It's used for Oceans a lot. In Panzer Dragoon, it's the water and all the water levels. But the catch that has to remain parallel to the horizon. It's tilted in some games, but you do that by modifying the output on the entire screen, which slows it way the fuck down frame rate wise. It's kind of a genius way to have an open 3D world on Sega Saturn though, with such a great draw distance. There's no fog, you'll notice. I can see all the way to the other end of the map, which is really impressive for being that era. He used this in a lot of different games. He used this in Shining Force 3. Grandia 2 used this, or Grandia 1, I mean. I'm standing on real polygons now, which you can tell definitely different from what's up there. There's some way to get emeralds in this world. I forget how to do that. You can become big supersonic. Don't want to do that. Let me see if we can get emeralds. I remember a tantrum I threw in middle school because I guess I was developmentally delayed in some ways, where we were invited to bring our game systems to school to play during the break. And Daniel brought a Super Nintendo and I brought a Genesis, and I didn't think, being autistic and not thinking about other people, I brought the games I found funnest to play. I guess I didn't have any two-player games. My sister was out of my life by that point. And I brought single-player games. And, like, how are we supposed to play these? It's only for one player. And everyone's like, let's just play Daniel's game, Super Nintendo. He has Street Fighter and he has Super Mario Kart. I cried and I ran outside and I made a knife out of wood. And I was going to stab me, but I didn't stab me. Because that's what a stable person does. I buried it. Probably still there. Probably eventually a groundskeeper is going to dig up that part of the school grounds and be like, where the fuck is your wooden knife? With a sharp one. I had not at that point developed the capacity for emotional control. Oh, you don't spin around on it. No. Yeah, they totally could have made a whole game like this. It wouldn't have mattered that Sonic was kind of slow. It would have just mattered that it was a lot of 3D Sonic and had many worlds. If they weren't shy about fog, they could have had to open up a level and have much larger environments too. This looked exactly like what we wanted on Saturn. Those of us who were foolish enough to buy a Saturn. So imagine the cock tease of never getting a real 3D Saturn Sonic. And then they kind of slopped it that Sega attempted to placate us with. Like a Saturn enhanced port of Sonic 3D Blast, which is an isometric game using 300 assets. You could have had a Mario 64 type level structure with this. You could have just had a couple different things to do in each world and just had a lot of worlds. Anyway, I'm going to show you the 3D Blast now. Which actually, the better version of 3D Blast is on Saturn. Having said that it was not what we wanted, it's like getting a kiss from your sister, unless you're a freak. It's like a consolation prize. This was still the best version of the game, and is much more playable than Genesis, for the simple reason that it has analog controls. A lot of people throw this out right away because they can't play it with an 8-direction D-pad. Try it again with the 3D pad that came with Knights. It doesn't make it into a great game, it makes it into a good game, though. Like, this is never going to be a great game, because it just isn't. But a lot of what's wrong with it is fixed by having analog controls. Is this going to play this time? Will it cooperate? I could have sworn I played this before in this exact emulator. Here we go. Donkey Kong Country ripoff, motherfucking. Couldn't be more obvious. So you can't see them side by side. What you'll notice right away is that this has way more colors. It's way less washed out. There's way less banding and gradients. There's a floor texture now. On the Genesis, that's solid color checkerboard, which is incredibly ugly. So, because the Genesis uses downsampled versions of the 2D assets that were kept for the Saturn game, the Saturn game uses the full-fat assets. This also has a 3D polygon bridge that deforms when you walk on it, which Genesis does not have. It's neat. It's not. It's still not what we wanted. Look at the water though. The water is dope as fuck on Saturn. This is little stuff like that. That's what Sega thought the whole generation was going to be. Just 2D games with little 3D enhancements. But it is legit a better version of the game. It controls vastly better. If you can dry your tears of resentment and get over the fact that it's not Sonic Adventure, you can have some fun with it. Also, if you understand what you're doing, I did not understand what I was doing when I first played this. I first bought the Genesis version from a used game store. I was like, what the fuck is happening? You gotta collect these little birds, is the issue. You need to deliver them to the bird receptacle. Which sounds like slang for something sexual, but it's really especially not. It might be the least sexual word in the world. Hang on, I gotta make sure the analog pad is enabled. It is a 3D pad. Huh. Doesn't feel that way. Maybe it's a dead zone on this gamepad. Oh, the bug where the music stops, or restarts, rather. So it's a little bit more precise. It behaves the way you might actually wish it to behave. That doesn't fix the fundamental game design, but it does fix the controls. The controls are a huge part of whether a game is fun or not. Tremendous, tremendous huge part. Get the fuck up yourself. Get in your home, birds. I can't kill that. There's a bird inside that. That's such a schizophrenic thing to say. I thought there was a bird inside that. Why would there be? It's still kind of weird. The water animates now. Water does not animate on Genesis. Mine came without the manual, so I didn't even know. I stayed stuck on the first level for like a month until I figured out you stand on that thing after you get all the birds. All the background elements are animated now. Mushrooms are animated. Flowers are animated. Well, trust me. Trust Hamdad. Hydra. This is not a good game, but this is the better version. This fixes most of what made Genesis 3D Blast unacceptable. Having said that, almost everybody had a Genesis and almost nobody had a fucking Saturn, so it's a moot point, isn't it? Because we didn't have a choice of which game to play. Because our parents were not gonna buy us a fucking $400 Saturn in 1995 money, when even they could tell that it was not long for the world. This is not a game you want to actually go fast in, which is the problem for a Sonic game. I remember the bonus stages being pretty cool. They gave him a truly 3D tunnel level for the Saturn port. Which is also still kind of a tease because that's what we wanted the whole game to be. Sega was so good at giving us a little taste of what we actually wanted, and then making us eat a whole bunch of diarrhea to get at it. Anyway. It is cool because it has analog controls. Analog controls fixes about 4/5 of what's wrong with this fucking game. I'm sorry I'm getting irrationally mad. Is it irrational though? Find an old computer at a garage sale. You decide to turn it on. Please have sound on and sound mode off. Last seen online. It's pretty cool now in retrospect to have a 3D Sonic on Saturn. But when we saw that on Saturn in 1996 or whatever, everybody was like, "No!" Because it was pretty clear evidence that Sega was just not going to give us a real 3D Sonic, and had given up on it, and was giving us like the closest that they could manage, which was really frustrating. They had a really hard time getting the Saturn to do any decent 3D, as evidenced by the fact they tried to fill in large portions of the world with Mode 7. Sega was a shit show. Ban this. Little furry boy. Little furry boy. This is Liz. Is this Scotty? Oh, I have to subtract 8. There we go. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. It's a pretty good one. I saw it's an Alpha Beta Gamer. It's got some like old worlds.com 3D game in it. 1994 Other Corp. No modem sound? So Ryan, we used to be good friends. I'm surprised you remember me. Have to come back. XX Ember XX86. This is taking me back. Oh man, fuck, nostalgia bomb. Unlocking some core memories here. When I was 15, I was being let's see. I must have been 16 by the time that was happening. 13, 14, 15, 16. I was, I think, out of Christian school by that time, so I was being homeschooled prior to high school. This is so reminiscent of how people spoke back then. It's turbo cringe. Hope you're hungry for cringe. It's back on the menu. What does SOZ mean? Other world. I found out how to get out of here forever. Perform these steps. We did a ritual. 4 of my songs on Lose Amp playlist. Close every window. These are weird pics. Why does she have photos of Lawson? Oh, fuck Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass. I closed every... Oh, this is all the dev. I don't remember having lyrics. I'm not clear on that. 4-digit code. R. Is it numbers? Three. 3, 2. 3, 2, 7. 3, 2, 7. 8. Right? How can that not be it? How could that not be it? That's definitely 2. That's definitely 3. Six. It mentions a number in every one of these. Four. So which one is it? Which one of these is it? These are the numbers. These are the numbers. Do I organize them by song length? It's only 4 of the songs. I do need to know which order. Let's see. Maybe it's only the WAV files. 3 of them are WAVs, though not half of them. This guy from another world. I had a romance like this once on Ragnarok Online. I forget what her name was. It started with an A, I think. Like Alice, Anna, Anais, something like that. I remember she said I was adorable and I got really mad because I thought I was being belittled. Baphomet ritual. Konami, go to the universe. The enlightenment. Show you forever. The dog's name is Scott. Don't leave me. You promised you wouldn't leave me. Realistic teenage girl psychology here. Maybe. Maybe. How's your day? It's good. What are you up to? Nothing much. Just listening to music, playing games. How about you? Doing your best. Just saying things at school. Are you okay? So make sure you're okay. Oh, he likes her too. Oh, that's really sad. Just got into her dream school. So dog today. Was she ever talking to him at all during this time? Asian Lawson. I don't see anything. Tube to mp3.com. That's funny. Maybe I removed the doubles. Well, there's only one double. They said it was in the songs list, though. Four of my songs on the Blues Amp playlist. BFF desktop wallpaper. You can close every window except for Blues Amp. The wallpaper will show the order. One, two, three, four. Oh, I get it. Seven is the first one. we go. We're onto it. This is like Hypnospace Outlaw. It worked! Holy shit! This isn't gonna be fucked up, is it? I'm afraid. Are there pictures of people in Otherworld? I ever tell you about how I had a couple of those little e-romances. One of them was on Active Worlds, actually. It was either Active Worlds or it was the Sony one. Those might be one and the same. I want to say it was Active Worlds, where I wanted to go on a virtual date, and she was just frustrated the whole time trying to set things up. Like, why are you making me do this? I didn't know the reason was autism at that time. This is the guy she's all busted up about. I guess at that age that makes sense. Look at the color depth. It's not worrying at all. Let's see. Four events during our final ritual. Neverland. This is fun. I like these desktop simulator games. Uh-oh, what? What? Actually, no, if it gives me a choice. Always be booger penis whenever there's an option to. Well, welcome you. It's always funny! It's never not funny. Welcome to Otherworld. To click the arrows to navigate around our world. Some objects are special, so click around. It's your time here. Will you dream up? The cube representing community is what connects us. Pyramid structure that holds us together. This is not how I expected the movement. It's like worlds.com. There's always music in the air. Oh, hello, friend. Oh, who's this person? I thought that was me. Never too late to go back. Uh-oh. Go away, Satan. Go away, Satan. I can brute force it. can't brute force it. Greg, 2001. I think so, yes. Now she's stuck inside of worlds.com, which is exactly the story I wrote. I wonder when this came out. I wrote a story very similar to this, where this guy gets fucked with by a stalker and a hacker who injects messages into everything he sees, like digital billboards, but only he recognizes its true meaning. And then he goes to the coordinates indicated and finds a huge fat guy looking like a grotesque Reddit mod, strapped into a chair with an old 1990s VR headset on his head, because how he was contacted was through a worlds.com type game, and he lives inside that game full time because he's forced to. The only escape is if you find your replacement. So he found a replacement, he summoned him, and he gets dumped into an incinerator, and the chair opens up and there's no way out. The door won't open behind him, so he has to get into the chair, enter the game world, and live in that world until he can find someone else to come replace him. Sometimes holding down will give you a different result than just tapping. These are clues. Several knocks. Oh, I see. Hold on. Thank you. It'd make a good short film. I should really pitch these to, there's a bunch of short film YouTube channels. It would be cheap to film. There's not many sets. There's 2 different levels of knock. I've done... Oh, alright. It locks that in. That's good. Knock, 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 knock. I've got this. This is really clever. Knock, 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 knock. You know what precipitated that story? Was just me being fucked with by a stalker, IRL, who made a bunch of prank calls and was able to figure out where I was and call me. They eventually stopped doing it. I never found out who it was. Knock, 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 knock. So what's good, Satan? I need to get those out of his hands. Why bother to make these environments 3D and not let us navigate them? The order. The order, the order. The order. Color. Pink. Green. Red. Yellow. Pink, green, red, yellow. Well, whatever. Nothing too serious happened. Just fucking around with me. Autists are fun to fuck with. That's our curse. This is the end. So this is actually the last sequence. Pink is the last one. It's not left to right. It's got one. So red has to be the first one. Pink is the last one. I can't click on these specifically. Fuck. Yellow star goes to the lion. Green triangle goes to the eagle. Red pentagon goes to this guy. Red, green. Red, green, yellow, pink. I should have done it, right? Red, green, yellow, pink. 3 times on pink. Yep, there we go. Figured it out. Simulation, a fever dream, or both. It's just all puzzles. Which comes first? This guy, this guy? There you go. That's not the right order. Which comes first? I'm too invested in this to back out now, even though we have a whole other game to play tonight. It's actually really compelling. This is the kind of game I dig through the trash for. What am I missing? It's left to right, isn't it? Or is it? I can spell Fever Dream. I can't spell both. Door opens behind the statue. Any ideas? Me too. There's something important about the order of these different stacked fountains. Maybe I'm supposed to look at what each of these does. This causes top right to bleed. This causes all of those to bleed. This causes just those to bleed. That causes them to pour from both sides. Bottom level. Top level. There's no confirmation. It's not like a chime or anything. This would be a good idea for a better game that was actually based closely around worlds. Or active worlds. So easily we forget that there are usually several attempts to create something like Second Life or like the VR Chat. And that only on the third or fourth try does it really take off. Like electric cars or VR. Or home robots, for that matter. Or, I guess, reusable manned spaceflight. There were a bunch of efforts to create something like Second Life before Second Life took off, and then VR Chat completely surpassed it. I can't escape to, I can't get out of here to look. You weren't Liz. Oh, I'm Liz. That was me and my dog in the photo. This over this. This over this. Nothing happens. Which order do we type these in? I'm losing patience. Maybe it's not what I thought it was. What am I looking for? How do I know what the order is? Not that I can tell. Nine letters. 6 of these. Hope I can come back to this. I don't want to quit out and never finish it. Nope, fuck this. That was fun. I'll come back and try it again some other time. It was really interesting, though. I don't think I'm done with it. Gotta do this one, though. This is a new Sonic the Hedgehog fan game before we do in Sound Mind. And Sound Mind is such an investment of time. It's hard to motivate myself to jump into it. We'll come back to that. Playing Sonic now. It's gotta go Sonic speed. We have to proceed with utmost rapidity. And never delay our advance. It's not the start button, idiot. Said fucking bunny. Christmas Island. Animations are well done. Looks a lot like Sonic Mania. This is probably some people's dream come true, to make their own Sonic game. At this age, I had a game I wanted to make. It was called Drop Bots. It was about mech combat, except the mechs were being dropped from orbit, and they were red hot and had flame trails as they re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, and you had to fight on the way down and disable the other mech so that it couldn't land safely. Like, it disabled its boosters so that it would crash into the Earth and be destroyed. In later levels, there were going to be objectives you had to complete while on the ground, but for the most part, it's about fighting on descent from orbit. Like, you know how robots drop from orbit in Titanfall? What do they do before they get there? See what I mean? What if other robots are dropped nearby? Look at this shit. This is cool. This is what my fucking colon looks like. I think they can stand on those. Very well done sprites. Very well done backgrounds. Good looking pixel art. Can you imagine if Sonic Mania had come out on Saturn or 32X? How different history would be? Probably not that much, actually. Probably people would have looked at it and be like, Sega, this is still not 3D Sonic. Don't make me hurt you. Oh, fuck. What's good, Filthy Weeb? You missed a lot of good stuff. But there's more yet to come. This is a Sonic fan game. And it's pretty dope so far. Not all Sonic fan games are made equal, certainly. I think the biggest problem was that 32X didn't look that different from Genesis. It actually didn't improve color depth as much as you might expect it to. It made possible 512 on-screen colors, which is paltry compared to fucking Jaguar, which was doing something like 16 million colors, out of which 4092 could be displayed simultaneously. Thousands of on-screen colors. And Sega was like, oh, what does Super Nintendo do? 256? Let's do twice that. 2 times whatever Super Nintendo has. I've taken a big break from Super Nintendo, though. I got way burned out on it. I emulated fucking everything on that system for 10 years of my life. But I've never played Final Fantasy III all the way through. In fact, I've played very little of it. Hey, 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 kids, I'm an original character. Don't steal. Wow, what a fucking F word. Sonic, you can't say that. You're gonna get canceled. There. I need to play Final Fantasy III. It's supposedly really fucking good and rich and long. Giggity. Ah, bitch titties. Really? That thing hurt me? And this level looks decidedly unheterosexual. Nothing, there's anything wrong with that. Really beautifully done artwork, though. Man, Sega really painted themselves into a corner with Sonic. It chose the hardest possible gameplay loop to make a 3D game out of. We were just looking at Sega Sonic Collection on Saturn, and the 3D world that comes with it as a level hub. And dreaming about what might have been. This is almost liminal spacey, not to sound like a fucking zoomer. This isn't a ROM hack that I know of. It looks like one. You know what I would have loved as a kid that I never got into? Is Star Control 2. That is basically a game version of a lot of the hard sci-fi novels I was reading at the time. I would have gone crazy for that. But it was mostly on systems I didn't have. Or was there a Genesis version of that? I don't remember. I know there was a 3DO version. Sleepy Eggman. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. You're too slow. Hey, you're too gay. What do you mean, Sonic? I'm not gay. I might be the least gay man who ever lived. Did he just throw a fucking chicken at me? Oh, he's sleepy. He's a sleepy lad. He's too lazy to fight me. Was that a 3D one? Or was that a Star Control? What are you talking about? You're talking about Star Control, right? When I discovered that, I was like, where was this my whole life? I would have done nothing but play Star Control from ages 12 through 16 if I had known it existed. That's beautiful backgrounds. Right. Fuck you, you little shit. Who do you think you are? I'm the guy in the front of the cartridge. You see whose name is on the cartridge? Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hamhedge. Not little fucking fire robot. Nobody cares about you. Sounds similar. Oh, no, you can't have rotating sprites on Genesis. This would have had to be on 32X. You see some guy 3D printed his own Sega Neptune? I've never been more turgid in my life. It looks really good and convincing, too. He dissected a 32X and a Genesis and put their guts together in a 3D printed Sega Neptune case that is perfect. Just so that he can have one. And again, it doesn't do anything you couldn't do with the Genesis plus 32X. That was the point of it, as a combo unit. It also didn't work. Did it work with CD? I don't remember. I think you could use it with the CD add-on. It would fit the same brackets. That whole thing happened because Sega of America and Japan didn't cooperate. Mostly one way. Mostly Sega of Japan hated Sega of America because of Sonic. And the success that they were enjoying that they were not having in the Japanese home market. So they were like, Sega of Japan was like, hey, filthy gaijins. Let's not tell them about Saturn until right before it releases so that we'll catch them with their pants down and they'll fuck up and corporate will reward us and punish them. But then Sega of America was like, well, you're not going to give us the Saturn documentation or the dev kits, we'll make our own Saturn. We've got Sega CD already. We just need to add a 32-bit processor to this, and we have a good enough Saturn. We don't need you. That turned out to be a terrible idea, though. Yeah. God damn, I still remember like it was yesterday that this was the best gaming would ever get. How could anything be better than this? Said me as a little tiny ham lad. As a little shit. As a little midget goblin. I wasn't a goblin. I was goblin adjacent though. All teenage boys are goblin adjacent. If you don't know what I mean, look at Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead have definitely a big goblin energy. Fuck. I'm dying. It's for the best. Why am I so fast all of a sudden? I can't fucking control my dude. I can't control anything. There we go. Must have the speed power up. Corey would like this. Corey's like my spirit animal from Oni Plays. Although I get strong vibes from him that if it wasn't for the guidance of his friends, he would have turned into the next Christian. He definitely smells of Christian, spiritually. In a good way, though, like in a funny, charming way. As a treat. What did I do to deserve such funny chat members and loyal followers? What really killed Sonic was not having a 3D Sonic on Saturn. The whole fact that 32X existed and didn't get its own Sonic game. The fact that it didn't work in 3D from the start. And also original characters. Original characters and autism. Autism fucking poisoned Sonic to death. He overdosed on autism. Because everybody wanted their own original... Like, I want to make my own Sonic, and I also want to have sex with it. That was the problem. That's the ravages of Tism, is that you have some adult qualities, but mixed with some child qualities. And you have a level of intelligence that's entirely unbefitting of a child your age that enables you to actually see these demented fever dreams through. Oh, this little asshole. It's just Bugs Bunny, and I'm like his Elmer Fudd. Oh! How dare you! Corey's not as bad as Adam. Have you been watching the recent ones with Adam? I love Adam because of his energy, but he's like always on the verge of falling asleep. And he has like one brain cell that's been overclocked to 4 megahertz. I think he's a good addition. I think he is more... This is heresy because I'm talking about classic Only Plays contributors, but I like him better than Ding Dong, and I like him better than Julian, and I think better than Mick somewhat. Mick had some funny one-liners, but I think that's exactly right. Adam is a charming kind of... He's just high and sleepy all the time. He's just a sleepy boy. I picture him as like Sleepy Kirby with a little sleep cap on. But on with weed, dude, Weed Lamau. Julian, I never noticed when he was there. I just noticed there was another voice. I never noticed when Mick was there either. You know who carries that show single-handedly and doesn't get noticed is Lyle. Lyle is easily the funniest guy and most talented improv comedian on that show. And he just says the funniest shit in the world with no fanfare. And doesn't say anything about it, and it gets completely glossed over because Chris is like the main guy, and Corey just starts screaming about spastic shit. Lyle is a genius. Wait, you can't say something so absolutely devastatingly true about Corey. I like Corey. He's funny now that he screams less, because he used to disrupt a lot of really funny bits that were going on between Oni and Zach. Chris and Zach used to have really funny exchanges, and Corey would completely derail everything with screaming about spastic shit. And I wanted to see where they were going with that. And I never got to because of fucking Corey. He still does that to some degree now. He still screams about stuff, but it's in moderation, so it's funnier, and it doesn't interrupt good stuff. Corey's better now than he used to be. But you're right about Lyle. Lyle is such an understated comedic genius that he doesn't make a big deal about his jokes being incredibly fucking clever. Thank God he has pregame discharge, so that if we want more of him, we don't have to eat around the only players we don't like. Go up there, you little shit. Oh, can smash shit. Cool. This is a cool zone. Only a little goblin scream. He does let out goblin screams. Corey is definitely... He figures heavily in the ancient goblin lore of some kind. You mean Forspoken? I love Chris, not because he's that clever on his own. He's pretty clever. He's like mid-clever. But because of his interplay, he seems to bring out the best in the other people. Could you not? Most of what he does is just funny screams and Homer Simpson impressions. But his real contribution is just being the glue that holds everybody else together. And just getting things started. He's good at initiating improv. When's Bulbo gonna come out, by the way? He's been working on that shit for like 3 years. I don't blame you for not remembering that name. That is a dumb name for a game. What the fuck is a Forspoken? I hath not forspoken it. I hath after spoken it. That's true. Him and Zach, though, him and Zach are like as a unit are equal to one Lyle in terms of cleverness. Because the comedic magic comes from the interactions between Chris and Zach. I didn't used to like Zach. I used to actually resent him because a lot of what he does is just to repeat Chris's jokes and then add a little something to them. But by adding to them, he invites continuation. Yes, I'm overanalyzing when he plays. When I discovered Sleepy Cabin, I listened to all of it over the span of like one summer, and it was magical. It had that parasocial magic where you feel like you really got a group of close bros just hanging out in the basement playing games with him. That's what made it popular. And I had no idea it existed, and then when I found out, I just binged it. I still sometimes go back and re-listen to it. I wish they would do more. You fucking shitter. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How are you supposed to get there? I guess you're not. No, wait a minute. There we go. You shitter, how dare you? I remember finding Knuckles obnoxious for the same reason as the rabbit, but he was at least cool. It's not a satisfying way to end a level to have some other character that's cooler than you show up to kick you in the dick. That's too much like middle school, and I play Sonic to get away from middle school. Escape it. Forspoken just sounds dumb. It's like a word you'd make up if you were a Dungeons and Dragons DM. I hath not forspoken the spells of old, of yonderson. Why would you build that, Robotnik? God damn it, cut it out. Why don't you just build a nuclear bomb? Why does Sonic have his own? I should probably not ask these kinds of questions. What is happening? Oh god, what is happening? Oh, I'm sick. Oh, I can charge up and... Oh, it's like a super scalar stage. This is cool. This would have been on Saturn. It's believable. Had they made the walls out of scaled sprites too, it could have been on 32X. You know me and scaled sprites. Gives me the sweats. I love me some forward scrolling scaled sprites games. Mostly because it looks a lot less shitty than early polygons. And I'll die on that hill. I really wish they had done more Saturn games like that, and instead of a... I guess it wasn't polygons even on Saturn, was it? It was quads. When they wanted to port a polygon game to Saturn, they had to use a hack where it was still rendered as a quad, but two of the points occupied the same space. I just realized he's on the planet Saturn. I'm stupid, aren't I? You would tell me if it was true, wasn't you? Well, it was really good and cool and fun. I enjoyed myself. I'm still holding out for Sonic Utopia, which is under development still, as far as I know. That's the only 3D Sonic I've looked forward to since Sonic Adventure 2. And it had started to suck even by Sonic Adventure 2 just because of all the characters. Which were, I know there were a lot in Sonic Adventure 1. Not as many as there were in 2. In 2 at least some of them were clones of Sonic, so you had more of the good gameplay. Wait, there's 2 different zones? What do you mean? Oh no, I've already been here. No, thank you. No more of this, please. Let's finally go to In Sound Mind. I'm going in sound! How come the cat's black in the art but white in the game? Not that it matters. You could be my kitty. Doesn't matter if you're black or white. Weeb, get an analog duo and tell me if it's good. And play Legend of Xanadu 1 and 2 on it, since I don't know if you speak Japanese or not. Somebody's got to. I'm really struggling to fight the temptation. Oh shit, this shit again. I didn't make it further than this? I thought I could swear I did. Flashlight rave, flashlight rave. Did I come through here? Did it have a English translation? Because there has been a fan-made translation for Legend of Xanadu 1 and 2 that's been under development for 7 fucking years. Actually longer than that. It was done 7 years ago. I misspoke. It's just that they've been working on the dub since then and they're really anxious about getting the dub right. There's also some kind of drama, some kind of nerd prima donna drama that I'm not clear on the specifics of. Just people fighting about the direction of the voice acting. You mean to tell me there's an officially available US version of Legend? I'm not talking about Xanadu, the NES. I'm talking about Legend of Xanadu from PC Engine. But you said Falcom, so are we really talking about the same game? Is that a real thing? My gamer word, I would give half of one of my testicles. Xanadu, hold on, I gotta make sure you're not shitting me. No, I don't see it. It's on the Wii Virtual Console. There's a bunch of games with Xanadu in the name. I think you might be confusing one of them. This is the game I'm talking about. Fact Xanadu. Really? I need to brush up on my Falcom. I was dimly aware of Falcom's legacy, but I was more of a working designs kind of guy at the time. I was just spurging over how fucking beautiful this is for PC Engine. It has no right to look this good. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me apprised of stuff you think I'd be interested in. I have really helpful fans who think about me all the time and are always adding value in ways that I can't do myself. I never would have known about that. Am I wrong though? Legend of Xanadu 1 and 2 on PC Engine was the perfect swan song. It wasn't the last game that came out, but it was one of the last really big, ambitious games that came out on PC Engine CD. Now I want to fucking hack the game files and put Olivia Newton-John's soundtrack for Xanadu
It's like a useful shortcut, no dice.
into the game. Xanadu. Xanadu. See, East is so hard to get into. Would it really have killed them to make it smooth scrolling on PC Engine? It looks so bad on PC Engine, but it has such a good story and such good voice acting and music. And cutscenes. Am I superficial? Everybody tells me you gotta play... When I talk to them about PC Engine, like, have you played East? Have you played East? Have you played East? I want to love it. It's just really hard to. It looks really terrible. And clunky. It doesn't scroll smoothly. It moves like a Ultima. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. The delay makes it really difficult to keep apprised. Oh, that's gonna fucking kill me. I think PC Engine East isn't even really the first game. It's the first like 2 or 3 games. I would love a remake of East with a proper graphical style. It's not so dog shit. Nobody hate. Oh fuck! Nobody hate on me, please. Even if I deserve it, even if I'm a plebeian, I'm a little bit of a basic bitch in some ways. I'm not like. I'm playing PC Engine games, so clearly I'm not that superficial. But I play them in part because I like the art style. So maybe I kind of am at the same time. Oh, Chronicles, okay. I'm climbing up a robot's butthole. Oh, fuck, it's hurting me a lot. That was not... Was that worth it? It fully maxed out my health. That was worth it. I misspoke. Well, that really hurt. For very little gain, except for pills. This game is making a very poor case for not using drugs. Drugs are pretty much straight across power-ups in this game with no downsides. There should be like a splash screen that says winners use drugs. I was just telling Cameo about how much I love PC Engine because it's 16-bit pixel art, but it wasn't powerful enough to do shitty grainy FMV. So it dodged that whole bullet, and instead we got some of the best aged pixel art animatics ever seen. There was supremely high effort. Mostly, some of them were still images with like moving mouths of anime characters having conversations. That's still better than FMV. It didn't seem that way at the time, but in retrospect it absolutely does. It still looks beautiful. Neo Geo also has a lot of that. Neo Geo has a lot of beautiful pixel art animatics, and also, despite the fact that it's powerful enough to do FMV, they never did. Thank God no one ever wasted cartridge space. I think because if they wasted cartridge space on a fucking $200 cartridge on FMV, people would have been like, fuck you. I'm not buying this. Which is already what most people said to the Neo Geo because it was $600. Yeah, that is true. There was a lot of that content. In fact, Snatcher and Cosmic Quest or Cosmic something or Galaxy Crusade, something like that, both had nudity in the Japanese versions that was not present in the American version. Snatcher had boobs in it, and they were underage boobs, so I can perfectly understand why they were taken out. That's just Japan being Japan for you. Like, was that Kojima? I want to say it was Kojima behind Snatcher. He was like, you know what would make Blade Runner better? Is a 16-year-old shower scene. And everyone around him was too terrified of his scanner's brain-exploding mind powers to say no to him. Or they were also Japanese, which is just as bad. Which is a shame, because that's the preferred way to play the game. Although Sega CD is fine. There's a fan translation that adapts the Sega CD audio to the PC Engine version. It could have been so Kino and based if they had just ported more games over to the United States market. But our little tiny American brains weren't ready for all those anime boobs and all that lore-heavy, plot-heavy JRPG goodness. Plebeians only know shmups on PC Engine, which, to be fair, it has a fuckload of shmups, like an unnecessary, grotesque amount of shmups. In the same way that Neo Geo is like 50% fighting games. But it's no slouch when it comes to RPGs. It has quite a lot of good RPGs. And some good platformers. Yeah, no, somebody needs to... Cameos, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They need to sit down with Japan and have an intervention. I mean, like, look, buddy, I know we were tough on you in World War II. And you had a identity crisis after you went from being fascist super soldiers in service of literal human incarnation of God on Earth in form of Emperor Hirohito. That's a long way to fall. Getting devastated by super bombs invented out of fucking nowhere by the United States that vaporized the two cities. It'd be understandable if you lost some sanity percentage points from that, but there's no excuse, bro. We need you to stop. You know what you're doing. You need to cut it out, Japan. We love you. We love you, little guy. You're a little buddy. But enough's enough. If we nuke them a second time, do you think they'll invent something worse than anime? Like super anime? Where it's exactly the same as regular anime, but everybody has Super Saiyan golden hair, including like spiky hair, including the hentais. Like everybody's just a Super Saiyan all the time. This is the wrong way. 8, 3. There's one of them up there. Whoever can invent the worst successor to anime will dominate the earth. You're right. You're so right. We gotta out Japan. We cannot let there be an anime gap, Mr. President. Fuck. There's a cat in the way. Cat, get in my lap. Cuddle up in my lap, cat. Oh no, she wants food. Well, that wasn't the way to go, it turns out. What's the next frontier in depravity? I feel like we've gone pretty far, but we could do better. Like, based on what I see people on Twitter trying to normalize, I feel like it's going to be furry shit. Or, like, trying to have sex with animals. Which is messed up in the extreme. Unless they're dolphins. Because dolphins are pretty smart, and the mental image of a dude having sex with a dolphin underwater is too funny for me to be mad about. It's disarming. Like, I can only laugh. Vanta Black. Or robots are also really probable.
War was hell. We were in the thick of it. My buddy Wheeler and I, we were the best of our platoon. He was a sniper, a damn good one too. Taught me to shoot like a pro. I was a radio man. Always had a thing for electronics. Kept my gear in good shape.
I didn't even know it was there. Yes, I've been here before, but I didn't look for the little transceivers. Like, we're getting pretty close to robots you could fuck. I don't think that's a good development from humanity, probably. I think it would be weird and gross if it's just like rubber skin. It would be like having sex with a dead body.
Delicious.
When we get to the point where we can grow like Terminators with like living tissue. Or like, I guess synthetics. Like from Blade Runner. Which would basically just be a vat-grown human with the brain stunted so that it never grows or develops fully, and instead is replaced with an LLM running on an embedded computer.
Our company was on an expedition behind enemy lines when we walked right into an ambush. You
So
know what's
the
scarier
body
than
is
death
human,
staring you
the
in the
mind
face?
is AI.
Death staring at you from behind.
But then it has its own fucked up implications. What happens when it grows old? Now you have a subhuman senior citizen who's all like feeble and degenerating and needs special care, but it will not receive it because there isn't a brain in there. There's just a computer. And it would feel fucked up to just recycle old people, even if they're computer-brained and not really people. The optics would be really, really bad. So then, on top of the existing graying problem of having to support senior citizens on a rapidly inverting social security pyramid, where there's more people drawing from it than working to put into it, you have the other problem of supporting elderly robots, robot-brained, like biobots.
I need something to open this.
Ah. That's the opposite of the way it should have gone. Whatever, I'm not gonna nitpick.
With a storm of bullets over my head, I took cover and called in air support. We soon heard a low-flying jet above us and then felt something in the air. We felt
This is interesting. This is really well done as a commentary on PTSD. Not so much as a game level, but I guess by this point they were maturing in their storytelling abilities. The first like two were really kind of cringe. This one actually has something to say, and it's being a lot more nuanced and mature in how it's saying it. So maybe I judged them too soon. What's Armitage? Is that an anime with biobots? I should write a story about that. Biobots sounded like a morally fucked up thing. Sounds like Philip K. Dick. I've been watching Philip K. Dick's Electric Dreams. Y'all watch that series? It's on Netflix and Amazon Prime, so you have no excuse. You probably have a subscription to one or the other. And it's fucking superb, except for the changes. They made some changes. In some cases, the changes actually improved the story, like the ending to Autofac. It's like something Dick would have written himself, I feel. Other changes, like the ones to You're Dead, Foster. Foster, You're Dead, which they call Safe and Sound. Misunderstood intentional design choices by Dick and made it worse, but not terrible. I've been into these sci-fi anthology shows ever since Love, Death, and Robots. Another decent one is Tales from the Loop, although they're much less thoughtful stories. Like one of them is just the teleporter thought experiment as a TV episode, and it's like we've been there, we've done that. It's not as well thought out. It's mostly for the visual spectacle of Simon Stålenhag's artwork. But Philip K. Dick's Electric Dreams is excellent. One thing that he does that I like a lot is in his futuristic stories set on Earth, they're understated in their futurism. And they really captured that in the design of the show. Like in a lot of the episodes, not that much is visibly different. But there are little strange things that are out of place that make you say, oh, well, that's weird. I guess we're not in our time, are we? They have really interesting future technology. Like their equivalent to a future smartphone is just a pair of elastic glowing wristbands and something called Hear Gel, which is like a gel you wipe in your ear that works like Bluetooth headphones. So they have really interesting creative takes on future technology, for sure. It does a lot of things very right. I'm appreciating it a lot. I really recommend, if you like a clever, understated sci-fi with a Rod Serling style twist, like Twilight Zone twist. Beat Cop. I assume you meant. Does it feature biobots as a story element? I think one of my favorite sex bots in fiction is in it's the same author as Unicorn Jelly. It's like Neon Defender Jelly or something. Hold on. Jennifer Diane Reitz. Pastel Defender Heliotrope. That's the one. You can find all of her works here. Pastel Defender Heliotrope is a story of a horny, low-life sleazeball scientist in an alternate universe who buys a love doll, but then throws it away, has enough of it, and it fuses with an alien artifact and becomes sentient and superpowered, and begins living its own life separately from him. Which sounds like some shit from an anime, but I recommend checking out her works. She's autistic as hell. Like, if I have level 2 autism, she has level 90 autism. Like, she makes my autism look like a little tiny baby carrot penis, like it's nothing. She invented an entirely new system of physics for her multiverse. And the universe in which Unicorn Jelly takes place is called Tristle Mystan. And it has world plates, triangular. Everybody lives on giant rock Doritos, kind of. How'd I get in there? I would have had to blow that up, huh? Well, fuck. I can't do that now. If I can move explosives, I could. Yeah, what are some other good ones? Anthology shows. Tales from the Loop, Electric Dreams, Love, Death, and Robots. There's one or two I'm forgetting. I really like the format, I guess because of ADHD. But it also reminded me why I love Philip K. Dick. He does have a formula, though. He has a lot of his stuff is just schizophrenia, meth psychosis, and Gnostic teachings wrapped up in some other cool idea, some conceit. Like, and a lot of this stuff seems trite nowadays because so much is derivative of it, in the same way that a lot of Lovecraft is hard to read because it's the prototype for what came afterwards. So Lovecraft seems like a worse copy of modern Lovecraftian fiction. When you have to remember, he wrote it he did this all in the 20s. And in the 1920s, it was highly innovative. And in the 50s, when Dick wrote most of his well-known stuff, a lot of his concepts that have been reused and reused since that time were very innovative also. Like, for example, there's an episode where there's this woman, cop, I think, and she lives in a sort of utopian cyberpunk future with a flying car and a beautiful lesbian girlfriend. But she starts using VR therapeutically, but it's a type of VR that's completely convincing and makes you forget your life before it while you're in it. It's like a perfectly convincing dream. It's like Roy from Rick and Morty. Like I said, everything else copies it now. And while she's in that dream, she leaves it by she's a male cop in another time period. I guess in the past. And she's avenging her dead wife, or his dead wife, I guess. And it's a much more miserable time period, a much more miserable scenario, but it's also more meaningful. So she finds herself more attracted to that reality than the lesbian super cop utopian reality, because it's too ideal and it doesn't feel realistic, even though that's implied to be her real life. And so she, as the male cop, for therapeutic reasons, he uses the VR that existed back then, which is still in advance of our own, and it causes him to have a same lucid dream, but it just returns him to being the lesbian cop. So it opens the question, which one is the dream and which one is her real life? And again, that sounds really, really trite, because a lot of fiction has done that since then, but he did it before anyone else did. He did this shit in the 50s. So back then it was really disturbing. Like, because he eventually had to choose one, and if he chose wrong, then his real life body in the other reality would be in a coma forever. I don't see any weak points on him. I don't see any weak points.
What's your status?
Is this a metaphor for the military-industrial complex? You can't see me in the undergrowth. He's wearing a ghillie suit. Reading that makes me understand why people tolerate... Reading Unicorn Jelly makes me understand why people tolerate me despite my downsides. Because autists are just deeply fascinating people with a kind of creativity that can't be replicated. Oh, he's got covers on them. Fuck. So he's got covers on them now that I have to knock off before I can disable them. I wish I'd known that. I would pay good money for a Unicorn Jelly RPG, which is... I found out about her because she was at LOLCal for a while, sadly, because I think she's really clever and creative. She's LOLCal because she harassed this guy she knew for years to make her a video game instead of learning how to make one herself. And she felt that he had promised to do it for her, and she kept on being really mean to this guy because she felt that he had implied a promise to make a video game based on her ideas. which is sounding really familiar because a similar thing happened with me and an autistic girl. I guess she was really too intimidated to ever learn, but she made beautiful artwork. It's a shame someone could have worked with her to make that game. It would have been great. Am I going the right way? I don't want to fight Siren Head. Jump them pills down. I need the health more than anything else. Oh fuck. Fuck, I can finally get past him. It's this way. He's rebooting, he's not dead. He's fun to take down though. That went better than it could have. It's the best I can say for it. Once you know what to do, though, it's like kind of Babby's first Shadow of the Colossus. You're not climbing him, you're just taking down different weak points. It's more gameplay than I expected, frankly. Oh, that way. There it is. It's a compelling game when you get into it. Really, it doesn't need a whole lot of polish to be truly great. Some adjustments to voice acting and writing and just delivery of the story. Don't come over here, bro. This feels a lot like Terminator Resistance, though. Running and hiding under shit like a cat and mouse game with a much larger, more powerful robot. You know, Terminator was written as a consequence of a fever dream James Cameron had while deathly ill. He had a vision of a chrome skeleton emerging from fire with red eyes. He also wrote it during a time when scientific understanding of what nuclear winter would actually be like was incomplete, which is why all the future war scenes were at night, because it was thought nuclear winter would last decades instead of the weeks it actually would. So we didn't get the nuclear winter future war in Salvation. We got a more realistic daytime future war. His original concept was just what if Jason or Michael Myers but a robot, and also combined with the plot of a Harlan Ellison episode of Twilight Zone or Outer Limits, I believe, which he got sued over. And it eventually required a Harlan Ellison acknowledgement in, I think, the Terminator credits. Oh, fuck. Wow, that is a lot of stopping power. I like that. Daddy like. I'm taking a lot of damage. This looks familiar. Have I been here? PTSD section again. How much of this is real? I'd say 30%. We do have to be afraid of machine assassins, but it's not an AI that will be in charge of them, at least not entirely. It'll be an AI plus Jeff Bezos. You know, a bunch of billionaires are building bunkers right now with a completion date of before 2024. I don't know how true that is. I saw that on social media. I only confirmed that it's true of Mark Zuckerberg. That's right. This is a fever dream. This is his fever dream within my fever dream. I forgot about that. Having like a Shrooms episode within a Shrooms episode. That's manageable. I'm gonna save the shotgun shells for the big fellas.
Gotta stay hydrated.
He's a Hydra homie, confirmed. Got him. Oh, what the fuck is that? Is that a nuke? There's nothing. There's nothing at all. Jonathan Frakes, it was a total fabrication.
After having crash, hearing voices, affected on the radio. What if I want to talk about?
Teaching about heretical faiths in church? That doesn't seem on. Model for the church. I know.
I don't want to step any closer.
Do I have any more flares?
I don't want to move forward.
Who says that? Who has ever in the history of humanity said, I don't want to move forward? It's like a Resident Evil line. You were almost a Jill sandwich. I could make that happen, though.
Too much for one man.
Barry, what did we take you to that seminar on workplace sexual harassment for? No, I meant I'll literally make a sandwich out of you and eat your flesh. Oh, well, that's alright. That's better then. Chris medallion. Puzzle item. Oh, wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there it is. Don't do that to me. That's not funny. I guess it is a little bit funny for everybody else watching, but not for me. That was not. That was uncomfy.
Oh, it's cold in here. It's blocked from the other side.
Another medallion. How many are there? Oh, we got shadow people. Go away! I don't owe you anything. In fact, you owe me $350.
There's unnatural darkness here.
Oh, uncomfy. I feel supremely uncomfortable. Oh, that's a... Is that a casket? No, it's not. One of these is. That's a casket. There's a guy in there trying to get out. That's not cool. Stop that. Spooberman's cut it out. We talked about this.
Delicious.
Delicious drugs.
Something should fit in here.
Oh, I see. Alright. I pick up what you're laying down, game. Medusa, Icarus, Minotaur, and Cyclops. Medusa, Icarus, Minotaur, Cyclops. This is refreshing after how hard the puzzles were in the other game. My brain was not having it. It's just like, you can stay here and keep playing these games, but I'm out. Put on its little hat and got its suitcase. Oh, that's where we are. Okay. Alright, alright. Is this where we do it from? What number is this? I want to say 5.
3, 9, 6, 1, 0, 5, 7, 3, 8, 2, 9, 6, 1, 2, 8, 1, 6, 6, 9, 5, 7, 3, 4, 3, 8, 9, 6,
Fred A. Freaker.
0, 1, 2, 8, 0, 1, 2, 9, 6, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 5, 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, it's 0. Alright. Theoretically, shouldn't I be able to find it out without having to know what the last number is? What would stop me from doing that? This is, I think, the coolest level so far. And kind of a cool concept for an anthology game, which is basically what it is. Ah! My shins. I'll never understand why that's the tool for doing that. It really seems like that shouldn't be that way.
Good kitty.
No, that's where a cat's buried?
I'm on this right now. Bigger fish to fry.
No. This is cat's grave. Oh, this little collar. I want to cry. I remember Jenny. I remember holding her in my arms and feeling her go limp as they gave her the barbiturates. It's not a very fond memory for me. I don't much feel like talking now. And I need to go back for more players. Cool. Suddenly I'm really depressed. Oh, alright. Well, that works too. A Skeleman was here. Yeah, it sounds like somebody was too impressed by psychedelics. It's hard not to be. Before people knew what psychedelics were and why they do what they do, a lot of cults formed around them, and it's easy to see why. It basically does feel like magic that's real and it's happening. And something like caffeine or stimulants don't feel like something supernatural is going on. You just feel fast. Psychedelics do all sorts of weird shit. That's why it tends to cause people to believe in wacky stuff. Do I have to shoot something? It's kind of similar to the plot from Annihilation. Just spreading the psychedelic madness in the real world. Oh, thank you, Adelaide. I will get back to Mega Hab one day. I just need more money to do it. I need to see these dreams of being an author through. I need to finish my stories. I need to get another print run of Book 2 out, because we fucked up the first launch. Or I fucked up the first launch. Then I might need to find a bigger publisher. Although I love the guys I'm with. They're great. They don't do any editing anymore, though, and they don't do any promotions. I need a publisher who will.
It's a fuse box. Worth a try.
I could at least get the old habitat back underwater. Problem is, I don't want to put mice in there. I've talked about the problems with mice. I need to get a hamster again. It's called hamster, not mousester. I'm really more just a content channel for the time being, of various kinds. Audio, video content, writing. Where am I? Oh, alright. Okay. Breaking and entering. Thank you, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you appreciating me. We belong to a mutual admiration society. Do I use the radio on this shit? Yes, I do. I have to be under it, though. Why doesn't that work? It really feels like it should work. Is there another one? What am I doing wrong? Is this it? There's something going wrong here. I see cables going down from it over here. Those cables go somewhere? Looks like, no, those are green too. Fuck yeah, finding free drugs on the ground. Turns a good day into a great day. Remember, kids, if you find drugs on the ground, take them, because that shit's expensive. Yeah, remember PSAs? Like DARE and shit, implying that free drugs would get pushed on us all the time? I wish that was true. I have a bad feeling in my tum-tum. My bad feeling is that the reason this isn't working is because there's something down there at the end of this cable that I haven't switched on yet. I don't want to go all the way back down there. But it looks like I might have to. I'll never be able to fucking find it. Do I need to shoot it? I do. All right, that was the only issue. I'm glad I didn't backtrack prematurely. Well, there should be a new set of stars. Is this an elevator? This is an elevator. That was the problem. Okay.
You're not all there today, are you? Staring out the window a lot.
Yes. I apologize.
It's about that cat of yours, Tanya, right? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? My name is Rosemary James. I need your help.
How can she be in here?
Lucas, is everything all right?
And the sky is filled with lights. If you see it, every dark is really light. If you believe it, and the longing that you feel, knowing none of this is real, we'll find our paradise in this twilight.
2, 7, 3, 4, 9, 6, 0, 8, 1, 0, 1, 4, 5, 9, 6, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
2083.
End it. Now, I rest.
Is that a ghost? Feels like it fucking might be. That's one of the songs that I took inspiration from for the story I'm writing. Lyrics. Oh! Hey, come on, that was a direct hit. That was a direct hit. I'm going underground. Oh, I can't apparently. He's leaving. Where he going, though? He do be on his way. No, go away. Leave me alone. Why? I'm gonna be 2083. It's 2083, right? Two 2083, right? 2083, right? Oh. Ow! That should have killed me. There's a hint to use the... There it is. There we are. Now we're in the bunker. Ooh, this is neat. Power up this bunker. I want to read my latest novella on stream sometime, but that always makes everybody bail. I feel like for sure everybody would bail, and everyone's too polite to say so. So I just won't do it unless a bunch of people tell me it's okay to. It's also long. It would take at least one entire stream, but it's a big deal for me. It's the culmination of 6 months of work. Some of you have read WIPs already. Whips. Work in progress. What was in the side doors, by the way?
Attention all staff. I'm invoking a strict no-talk policy regarding any and all information related to our recent discoveries. Until we fully comprehend
Rainbow.
the extent of Agent Rainbow's influence on the human mind.
I see. Agent Rainbow. Want to hide it? So Meyer invented this drug for the military, apparently. Hey, wait, that's a real thing that happened. Research into military uses of psychedelics. Interesting.
My request to terminate this research has been denied. Someone must have leaked our results to the higher-ups because they're suddenly very, very interested in what we've been doing here.
It looks like that's it. You ever see the footage of the British Army being dosed with LSD and trying to climb trees to hang out with birds?
Recent discoveries made by my team have been groundbreaking, to say the least. Agent Rainbow is so much more than what we believed it to be. Its original purpose is merely a side effect. Its true potential lies with its connection to the collective unconscious, this sort of metaphysical repository
Instinct.
of knowledge and experience, accumulated through generations of existence and in...
That's instinct. We know about that. Also fixed action patterns. If you found a bunker like this, would you tell anyone? I would not. I would keep it to myself.
Attention all staff.
I would most certainly keep it to myself. I would start slowly cleaning it up in
My
secret.
request to terminate this
I'd sweep it out. I'd clean up all the chemicals with a mop and a bucket and a vacuum cleaner. I put down nice floor tiling.
Agent Rainbow turns the people affected by it into a walking radio tower, transmitting and receiving knowledge and experiences to and from the collective unconscious. The people I've spoken to through the radio, they were able to describe to me in vivid detail.
That's just schizophrenia. Like, if you put a clean mattress on this bed, you could live here. If you clean all this crap off the floor. Scrub the floor, get all the dirt out of it. Haul all this garbage away. That's free real estate. Suddenly you've got a very secure dwelling.
Recent discoveries made by my team have been groundbreaking, to say the least. Agent Rainbow is so much more.
Keep doing the same ones.
Since we've been confined to this bunker as a safety measure, there's not much else we can do but continue our research.
Oh.
We all have our doubts regarding Agent Rainbow. In its current state, it is an extremely volatile and dangerous fear-based weapon. But if we can make it work, make it stable, it could mean the end of conventional warfare. So many lives would be spared. I have to believe that
Oh.
Agent Rainbow will...
It's an allegory for nuclear weapons. It could either be used as a weapon to inflict fear upon the enemy, like a chemical weapon, or it could be used to link all human minds like the Borg Collective, in which case we would no longer fight each other. An allegory for also the initial militarist research into LSD and its potential to be weaponized. Interesting. Interesting storyline this game went with. It actually turns out to have a cool meta-narrative. I wasn't predicting that. Did not see that coming.
I'll come back for this if I need it.
This is turning out to be really cool, actually. The first half of it is kind of rough. The latter half gets really good, though. And this is easily the standout level thus far. This could have been a game unto itself. A little Game Boy. Cute little Game Boy. If I shoot this, will it blow up? That's the essence of science. What happens if I shoot at things? American science. Kemi was right. Video game Rain is Kino. Cozy, cozy rain. Fuck! Oh shit! Oh, it sees me. Oh, it can see me. Oh no, 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 no. I have to get in there. Oh, it's a weapon. Did it kill him? No, it did not. What do I do? I want to say lure him into the path of the beam. Could that be right? That doesn't do anything. That does nothing. That does nothing. Get in front of the beam. Get in front of the beam. Come on. Why won't he go around the front? Go the other way. Feels like Metal Gear Solid. Do I have to wait here? Is he glitched? Can I rotate this? Oh, I can rotate it. It's rotating now. Gotcha, bitch.
Are you in there? Do you read? Lucas!
I have to do it multiple times.
I want to help you, but you need to open up to me.
Oh, it moves the laser when I disable him. This is cool now.
This isn't you. It's a misrepresentation. A shadow. Let your past define you, or you can embrace it. Learn from it.
That's satisfying to take him down at the end. Well, we did the same thing with the bull. This has been a pattern across the levels, but taking down this way feels particularly pleasing.
It's okay. You're not alone. I believe you. Lucas knew there was more to this than meets the eye. I need to make contact with him.
Shit, this was a cool level.
Is there anybody out there? Hello? Lucas Cole, if you can hear me, this is Desmond Wales. Do you read?
Holy hell! How are you doing this? Are you okay?
I'm hanging in there, but I could use your help. Can you get to my office?
I read you loud and clear, brother. Help is on the way.
Yes. It's all starting to make sense now.
That was awesome. This was a good level. Took 2 full streams to get through, though. I also really wish I had the shotgun before the bull level. I think the bull level was the one I liked the least. Probably not coincidentally, because I didn't have the right tools for the job.
So that's me in a nutshell, the kooky government conspiracy man. So what's the verdict, Doc? Padded room or no?
I have to admit, this is a lot to take in.
Figured you'd say as much.
I believe your conviction is genuine. I'd like to talk more about it during our next session.
Thanks. Hey, you know, I conducted a little security check on your building today. It's pretty lax. Practically anyone could waltz in here and stash all sorts of ill-gotten goods. Drugs, weaponry, dinosaur bones. Doc?
Am I going the wrong way? Well, I died inside of my mind.
This doesn't make any sense.
Isn't this back the way I came?
Doc, you're not all there today, are you? Staring out the window a lot.
Yes. I apologize.
It's about that cat of yours, Tanya, right?
I'm sorry. Lucas, is everything alright?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I heard something. You didn't hear that, a woman's voice?
No.
Interesting. Well, I was saying, I'm sorry for your loss. She was very pettable. I saw you bury her by the old church. I wasn't gonna say nothing, but what got her? Curiosity?
Yes. That and... yeah.
Aw. This is my old cat. That explains a lot of his reaction to her.
So, it's all connected, is it?
Sadly, yes. Had I listened to Lucas sooner, maybe I
Eat
wouldn't
this
be in
drugs,
mess.
cat.
Well, you listen to him now, and he listened back.
I know. I never thought something like that was possible. I hope I'm not hallucinating, that Lucas is actually coming.
Ancient Rainbow makes a lot of things possible.
Orb.
Probably know who's calling.
And time. You crazy son of a gun. You did it. Now we can settle this mano a mano, don't you think? I'm leaving you something by the entrance to your building. Consider it a parting gift.
I think it's the last boss.
Be careful. That trench coat wearing government spook is up to something.
That's all the tapes, except for one over here.
See you soon.
Maybe. Go to the ground floor. Last boss time, right? That would be the appropriate flag. They're communicating to me the last boss is imminent. Oh, wow, that's unpleasantly tough. Is that what he left for me? Why did I expect anything different? Maybe Lucas helps me out. What do you think? Maybe they'll help me out. They just keep coming. And they don't stop coming.
These waters.
Problem is I need to be. What's this, liquid LSD? Ah. Time for the last boss. I probably should have scavenged the last level for more ammo. Huh. I'm sure they'll give me a bunch before the fight. This has been an overall very pleasant, enjoyable game. I don't really have many bad things to say about it. Except that it falls barely short of greatness because of presentation issues. But really, the gameplay, graphics, everything's there.
An invitation.
This is what he's been waiting for. How this ends is up to you.
What if I unfuck his brain too?
Back in we go.
Head on a swivel, Desmond.
What is happening? There's a little paw. Look at the paw print. I want to hug my cat. My cat is not in a hugging mood today. Or she's been cuddly lately because it's cold, but she also just looks at me like I'm a stupid asshole when I pick her up. That's my cue to put her down. Come here, cat. Get in my lap. My lap is a better place than the floor. You're all wet from being outside. What did you do? Where'd you go? Cotton Eye Joe. Cotton Eye Joe would be a good cat name. So would Boobs. Boobs the cat. Are you kidding me?
Ready. It's showtime.
What to expect?
Whoa.
Zen? Really?
Long have I waited for this moment, this spotlight, this stage. A stage made of mistakes, misfortune, and regret. There won't be an encore, only sweet, eternal death. But before that, congratulations are in order.
It is just Zen.
Way to go, Desmond. You made it. You failed all the way to the top. You were right, you know. Your patients weren't bad people, but they were weak. Virginia could not overcome her watcher, nor could Alan his shade.
Is he flirting with me? What if that was the ending? An H scene. But like a mini game where you have to fuck him.
So why have I been sneaking around, causing chaos? What's my motive? Who do I work for? Well, I'm not some government agent. I'm your Agent Rainbow. I'm everything you don't want to be. Your fears, your guilt, your paranoia. Give it more.
Oh, lazy.
And to run you ragged, chip away in your psyche to wear you down to this.
You could have just waited. I do that to myself all the time. Very effectively. Let me... Alley-oop! Alley-oop! Alley-oop!
It was fated to end this way. You, stuck in your drug-addled mind, withering away as it shuts down. You're the captain of the SS Wales, and you're sinking. There is no escape. Soon you'll lose all control, and when that happens, I will have all.
That still sounds a lot like flirting. There's got to be a game like that where the boss whips his junk out and you just have to jack him off. Even by button mashing. If you make him nut, he just falls asleep and you win. I know there's games where the last boss is one of your party members that you didn't suspect the whole time. I love when that happens. It's one of my favorite tropes. Oh. Spooky tape. Spooky tape, spooky tape.
Boys and girls, I present to you Death of a Therapist, Act 1, Tapes of Terror, featuring Marvelous Desmond. You stressed yourself out of existence. The Watcher. The Pitiful Pit. The Shade. This isn't the county fair. There's no prize for hitting the target. The Raging Fool. The Bull. The man stuck staring over his shoulder. The Flash.
What if I turn him off by turning off his eyes?
And starring your humble protagonist, time's a-wasting, so how about we skip to the end, where the villain gets exactly what he deserves.
This is pretty epic, my gamer bros.
This is where your journey ends. What's so funny?
I'm excited to finally kick your ass.
Le epic.
I'm afraid that ship is sailed.
Oh yeah? Watch me.
Oh, it's shopping carts. Stuff from the prior. Obstacle course boss. That's fine. I've had some of these that were pretty good.
What do you think you're doing?
Virginia made an effort to change her narrative. I'm taking her lead.
More of that, right? Have to find other tape.
Their blood is on your hands.
Oh! Ah! Oh, nice save. Unexplainable save.
Have you tried crying? It's supposed to help. I have to vanquish you, Desmond. It's the hero's duty.
Ah. Didn't happen. Didn't happen, didn't count.
What do you want me to write on your tombstone?
P is stored in the balls.
Why fight?
Because I want the fucking Chivos.
Redemption is only a fantasy. You're literally fighting yourself, and you think you still have the ring power to shade. From up here, it looks like you're struggling.
Talk all you want. You won't get to me anymore.
You should know better than anyone that words can kill.
I'm counting on it.
Oh.
It's okay to quit, Desmond. No one would blame you. This is an exercise in futility.
Fuck. Sorry, I'm not talking much. Focused on not dying.
Stain on the medical community.
Glad I never tried to be a psychiatrist. Either one. Oh, now I've been very good at it. Lanterns.
Those tapes mean nothing. You mean nothing.
I never thought I did.
Don't mess this up for me, Desmond.
Alan had the courage to face his fears. It's time I do the same.
There's no winning here. Your patients are dead, and so is your cat. What do you have to go back to?
Was it supposed to go forward?
What part of your mind is shutting down? Don't you get? If you think anything you're doing right now is going to make any difference, then you're a bigger fool than I thought.
You know what I think? I think this isn't going the way you thought. And it's eating you up.
This is only going down one way. With me.
Actually, he was right. I died.
Don't you get? If you think anything you're doing right now is going to make any difference, then you're a bigger fool than I thought.
You know what I think? I think this isn't going the way you thought it would. And it's eating you up.
This is only going down one way. With me being the final nail in your coffin.
I thought about it. Guns are like a couple $100 though. I could get a new VR headset for that. Ooh, that's kind of a low blow, bro. You don't need to make it so personal. Ow, fuck.
Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped through the closet.
And this is hitting on a lot of painful notes for me. I'm starting to get invested.
There's unnatural darkness here.
Why fight it?
Aha, there we go.
It's true what they say. You are your own worst enemy.
Move forward.
because I didn't collect enough ammo. Could have been more generous with it.
Don't you get? If you think anything you're doing right now is going to make any difference, then you're a bigger fool than I thought.
You know what I think? I think this isn't going the way you thought it would. And it's eating you up.
This is only going down one way, with me being the final nail in your coffin. There's no winning here. Your patients are dead, and so is your cat. What do you have to go back to? I have to vanquish you, Desmond. It's the hero's duty. Why don't you lay down and die?
Like that guy? There we go.
The sooner you submit, the quicker your death will be.
Oh no. Is there ammo over here? There is. I gotta go over here.
Once written, there's no going back.
There's here as well.
Come now, we all have a part to play. You don't stand a chance.
I can do this. I can do this. Stick with me. Ammo over here? No, I'm over here.
Their blood is on your hands.
There shouldn't be blood on your hands unless you fap wrong.
Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped through the closet.
Nah, I'm out of the closet. Come on, fucking.
There's no winning here. Your patients are dead, and so is your cat. What do you have to
Man, leave my cat out of this. It's not cool. It's not funny or epic anymore. It's hurtful.
leave it alone, you insignificant cockroach? You stubborn beast. You're just
Even with a tough case like Max, progress was made. Change is possible.
Ow, fuck. How is that allowed? Nope. Time for Dave.
I will break free from you. Their experiences, just like you, learning from them made me smarter, stronger.
Give me a year or two. If shit doesn't work out in my books, I might.
You don't stand a chance.
I resigned myself to that already. Oh!
Have you tried crying? It's supposed to help.
I love doing that. I love landing one of those. Oh fuck. That's helpful actually.
Music. It makes for a fine dirge.
There we go.
Fate cannot be changed.
No! Not if you do that. I don't know where I am anymore.
Don't mess this up for me, Desmond. Desmond, I am you. The only way to get rid of me is to call it quits.
I have a really annoying inner self. This is my shadow, my Jungian shadow self. What would your Jungian shadow be like? Mine would just be me with a mustache. I already am my own shadow.
Delicious.
Oh, got him.
Stay away from that. You are
voices in your head, they're wrong. You underestimated me. I don't blame you. It's in your nature to doubt.
I've been with you my entire life, Desmond. I know every fiber of your being. I'm not something you're capable of overcoming, even in your best moments. You were living in my shadow.
I let you have a hold on me because I didn't want to confront this side of myself. Didn't want to believe it exists. Not anymore. I accept you. I accept my guilt, my fears, my insecurities. I accept it all. And I choose to keep going.
You think that overriding me will do the trick?
Oh, one-shotted. BTFO'd. Ah! That's what Satan said about the fruit. Or actually, it's Yahweh said it. Take it
I'm
back.
afraid our time is up. The next time you want to talk to me, make an appointment.
Ah, that's adorable. I can wear the hat. I can wear the hat! I just fucking put it on. Why am I back here?
In an unexpected turn of events, it seems that I'm coming out the other side. Why and how this is all happening has become clear, and as strange as this is, I am equally as fascinated as I am mad. Life for me will never be the same. I'm grateful to survive, but at what cost? I'm yet to know. While I can see the fog clearing, I can also feel my skull. My brain is pulsing. Something is different. Why does the government think they have autonomous control over us? That they can shove us around and we'll take it? They fail to realize that by pushing a bird out of its nest, you teach it to fly.
I'm not afraid of you anymore.
I'm going on record. Myers gonna pay for what they've done. To Virginia, to Alan, to Max, Lucas, Rosemary, to Milton, to everyone. I am right. I am just. I am alive, and I am in sound mind.
He said the thing!
Don't tell me otherwise.
He said the title of the game. You know it's a great game when they say the title of the game in the game. My name is Mind. John in Sound Mind, and I am in Sound Mind. John Sound Mind. That's me. Little Torb.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm really proud of you, Desmond. But,
What?
well, we're still here, aren't we?
Man, I hope I'm not stuck in here forever.
Time will tell. Patience and grace. Here. I think you can handle what's in your lock. If you have any unfinished business, take care of it and meet me on the roof when you're ready.
Locked closet. Is this gonna be emotional? That was really uplifting, but also kind of power friendship. I am good enough. I am strong enough. Gosh darn it, people like me. I will overcome the darkness. Necessary the weight of the world. Tanya, couch potato whales. Human years, smile, kitten, and trauma. Oh, I did a psych evaluation of his cat. Oh, he's 41. Heavy with grief, the void you left behind. Unexpected. Words alone cannot describe how sorry I am for my actions. Magnets of the toxic relationship between the cat and the lily flower. Left me a smarter man who feels like a fool. Lily flower? I shut up my table. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh no. Can cats die eating lily flowers? But I can't do it anymore. I want happiness. Crazy and doubtful, you're so special, so smart, and so loving, but you kills your own problems. Magdalena. That serves you right for loving another person. That's not a mistake you'll make twice. Believe you me. Okay, time to go jump off the building with my ghost cat, I guess. Who needs psychotherapy? That my technique is just to allow suffering into my soul and allow it to disfigure me and destroy every part of me that's possible to destroy. And what's left is what I got to work with. And is much stronger. It's like a cinder block, hollow yet strong. It's not quite a person, but it's very durable. I lost a lot of things I liked about myself that I could have kept if I had seen a therapist sooner. But you can only keep what you can defend from other people and from trauma. If it's not defensible, then it's a liability. You know what I mean? There better not be another boss battle. Looks like there will be. There can't be. It can't be, though. I never did this before. How'd I miss this until now? I need to explore the building more between levels.
I wish this ending could have been a happier one.
But
life doesn't work that way. Getting rid of me will be the challenge of a lifetime. You may have won the battle, but you've only saved yourself. Agent Rainbow is still out there, and you are powerless to stop what's coming.
Don't listen to him. He's afraid because he knows exactly what you're capable of.
What am I capable of?
Puppetry the
Time
penis.
will tell.
Oh.
Patience and grace.
So, this is goodbye?
You said goodbye before. I wouldn't lose any sleep on it.
I'm sorry. It was my fault. I should have known.
You did your best. You loved me, and that's all I ever cared about. Besides, I live on. In your head, so that's something.
Thank you, Tanya. For everything. You're a real cool cat.
Oh, you do get to pet her.
Yeah. I know.
I'm gonna fucking cry. Why did they have to bring the cat into it? I still miss Jenny. Don't let Elbow hear that. That was a good ending, though. It was very earnest. It was very sincere. And ultimately very positive. It's just hard to find positive stuff relatable. So I guess what happened is that there was a contamination of the water supply, and then there was a flood, and that distributed potent psychedelics everywhere, and the vapor got everybody high out of their minds if it didn't drown them. That's a pretty cool premise. So he's really reconciling himself to his failure to save the lives of his patients this entire time. No one was saved except for his own self-worth, I guess. I don't know. It struck a lot of emotional notes, however. I liked it. I thought it was good. Dexter Manglikmot, Jericho Leon. Giuseppe Travellini. Giuseppe! It's me, Giuseppe. Travellini. That's Giuseppe lore. I don't know how to do it. Did I just type raid? And, it's a little bit late. I'm about to quit. Who would I raid? I've pretty effectively self-isolated. Yeah, it could have could have stood to have a scarier Shadow Self voice. I guess it makes sense now that he was always sabotaging you. It's just self-sabotage. It's a little bit deeper than it seemed. Not tremendously. I'm impressed, overall.
Desmond! Desmond, can you hear me? Are you in there? Damn it.
Desmond, you're breathing. Yes. I heard you, man. I heard you in the back of my mind. My goodness, what did you do to this place? Judging by the package on the table, I guess they got to you before I did. Bastards. You'll be all right, my friend. Rest. And when you feel better, we'll take the fight to them.
Is that setting up the sequel? That was Nito Burrito. I liked it. It's like Reddit Soma, but in a good way. However, we're well over time now. I really have to be going. Get at me again on Friday, I guess. Same time, same ham channel. It's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood ham dad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time. That's the rub, starter gift. That's a crucial plot point. It could either be used. I guess they would realistically. They wouldn't be like mustache twirling supervillains who would say, "Nah, we're only going to make this into a weapon." Instead, they would probably create 2 variations of it and sell it to different groups of people for their 2 applications. Because corporations are profit-seeking; they're not just irrationally destructive. So rich people will get the telepathy drug, and the military will get the fear drug. Good night. Had a great time. I'm looking forward to seeing all you. And also some new faces. And some old faces showing up again. It was nice to have Weeb around. It's nice to have a cameo. I like the cameos coming by more often. And I value also not just the prodigal viewers, but the ones who are rock solid and stalwart. Like Hydra, Short Talk, Strategif. Adelaide is also a new one who's showing up more. I appreciate you guys. Merry belated Christmas. I didn't get to do a stream on Christmas I chose not to because I knew you'd be with your families. But Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you had a cozy Christmas with your families and gave gifts and received gifts and had a lovely holiday season. This is Ham Dad signing off.